Good evening and welcome. It is a strange period. It is strange indeed. It is so weird. Um, a month ago, exactly a month ago actually, I had 3 times as many subs as I do now. More than 3 times as many subs. That is one hell of a crash in in 1 month. But it's totally understandable. I mean, a month a month ago was the 15th of January, which was exactly one. Well, I mean, that's at least say the 14th. But the 15th of December was the big day with Dyson Sphere. So from the 15th of December to the 15th of January, there were a lot of Dyson Sphere hype. And that was when we sort of hit our record for most subs. And now a month later, a month after the month after the this it has completely crashed. And of course it's crashed because we haven't found any new big games that have appealed to us in the same way and attracted the same kind of new audience and sort of let me sort of flex my design muscles. So what we're going to do today is we are going to focus a lot more on design. Game give it the game, take it away. It absolutely is. It's the ups and downs on the life of being a content creator. There is definitely a seasonality to it, mainly in terms of what games are good, and especially when you're like a little fish in a small pond in in a little bit of a niche here. So if there's just nothing in our niche, then we'll play other games and they're fun and good, and there will be some who hang around, but it won't sort of break the bank in any way. That's just how it's. And thank you for those happy partner anniversary comments, though it is now 1 month and 1 day too late, but Twitch has decided to prompt everyone to wish me happy anniversary, so thank you. So it feels like at least a medium fish. Thank you. I'm a medium fish. It's weird, right? So I enjoy streaming, and I want to stream this, and I'm gonna continue to do this, and I'll also get some shit done on YouTube at some point. But when you're between games, then it always feels really horrible. Like when a new game comes out or a new release of a game, you get this excitement about the newness, the people coming in and sort of people coming out of the woodworks from who haven't been around for a while and maybe just skipped the channel for a bit and came back, and it's always nice. And then between that, there's this lull that doesn't really. Well, we're just testing new games and playing a little bit of stuff that we want, and that's also nice. There has to be some peaks, there has to be some valleys, and definitely it's a valley period. So thank you very much for joining. I am enjoying it. I hope that you are as well. Doesn't mean that we don't have anything interesting to do. It just means that the newness of Dyson Sphere release has certainly worn off, but it's still an amazing game, and there's still tons of stuff that we can explore. So that's what we want to do today. We want to do a smelting planet and do smelting designs with the new smelters and try to set that up. So I think that will be interesting, and that could also be prompt for a YouTube episode as well. So that's basically the agenda for today. I was supposed to have a sponsored some sponsored content next week or the week after. That's not happening because I got angry. I got pissed with the agency, and that's what happens more often than not. And not gonna say what game it is, but it was. You get this. You talk on email. It's like, hey, do you want to do some promotion for this game? It's like, yeah, that sounds great. I want to do that. That sounds interesting. That's could be interesting. And then you look into it and you gotta talk about, okay, so payment and okay, disclosures and stuff like that. And you sort of figure out everything. It's like, okay, we're in agreement. Good, that's fine. Now let's then we agree everything, and we'll just send out a contract so you can approve it. I'm like, all right, sure. And then the contract card arrives, and it's full of absolute bullshit clauses like they own my content and can do with it what they want. Like, no, you cannot. I own the content, and you can't do anything with it at all. Or indemnification. That's my absolute hate one, where Oh yeah, by the way, you are this contract is subject to laws in whatever arbitrary country. And by the way, you will, if we have a what is that? A feud or um, yeah, any kind of discourse, then you have now vouched that you will pay reasonable lawyer fees. Like, there's no fucking way that you need to put that in a contract to make a single YouTube video. Like, obviously, it's not going to be relevant, but there's no fucking way that I would ever sign anything that says I'm going to pay your lawyer fees in a different country. Like, how fucking absurd is that? Like, that is something that can get people completely ruined, because that could be millions of dollars if whatever reason. And there's just no way of guarding it because you signed a legally binding contract and you don't know shit about the laws in whatever absurd country that is that's the governing country for this contract. Like, oh yeah, the Cyprus or Banana Republic or I don't know. Like, what the fuck? Like, and they were like, nope, that's unacceptable. I'm not gonna do that. Another one that is very common in those contracts, and the reason why I mainly don't do is because that most companies will want to review the video before I release it, and I will just never ever accept that. And again, you can say that that's most of the time they will always go, no, it's not about the content, it's just making sure that you do sponsorship disclosure, and then you mention like the day it's available on Steam, and then there's 15% discount in the first week. You know, we just want to make sure that kind of thing. But the thing is, as soon as you have a contract that stipulates that they have to approve before I can release, and that's the trigger for payment, then I will automatically start self-censoring myself because I want to make sure that it gets approval. And even if I do something and then they go like, well, I mean, all the things that are good, but you actually say that that this feature is not good, and I think it's because you're misunderstanding it. So could you just edit that one out, and then I go like, then suddenly it's not about that. It's about the content, and there's no way of progressing for me because I have signed a contract that says that they will have to approve before I'm allowed to publish, and I don't get paid unless it gets published. And therefore, they will have me by the balls, and not in a good way. And therefore, don't ever agree to those kind of terms. And that's always the part. And in the end, often I end up spending, I don't know, I'm gonna say like 4 hours on emails back and forth, on reviewing contracts, writing replies, and that's not covered by the payment of the contract. So it ends up being, and it's now in this case, for example, it turns out I'm not gonna get anything paid for it because I've declined to do the contract, and that's just now wasted time. And that is I just want to share it because that's why you don't see sponsored content on my channel, because I am extremely strict on how I what kind of terms I agree to. And I fucking hate those contracts. And the best deals, they're the ones that go, hey, do you want to do this? Yes, I do. Do you want to do it for this amount? Yeah, sure. Okay. This date? Sure. Okay, cool. Pay on PayPal? Yep. Within 30 days? Okay, done. And then that's it. Because the thing is, like, in like, if you really want to get down to it, like, that contract, how valuable is it? How enforceable is it? I don't know. But are you gonna try it in a court of law for hundreds of dollars? No, you're not. So what does a contract do except sort of reinforce that, oh, look, this is a legally binding contract and it has lawyer words and stuff and you signed it, so now you'll be more inclined to do it. But ultimately, back and forth in an email, if you have an agreement and you go like, well, okay, so this is what I summarize our agreement to, and they go like, yes, I agree. In most countries, that is equally binding. Can't say all, but that's kind of how that stuff works. So, of course, they also need to sort of cover their ass because most content creators are not well organized and don't know shit about anything. So they might be like, oh, what I already did is like, yeah, you didn't really, we told you to make a video, but you made like a 6-minute video, and we kind of expected it might be a 25-minute video. So like, if you don't mention things, then you need to, there's of course some things that you want to mention, like, okay, what are you going to do, and how is it going to be, is it going to stay up, and all that stuff. Welcome. Thank you for all those wishes of anniversary, although that's a little bit off. 1 month off. Not your fault. Twitch is being Twitch. Yeah. So that's a little explanation of why you don't see sponsored content very often here, because it is very difficult for me to agree to terms in a contract. So it's something I do both for you and for me. And it kind of goes in line with some other things. Like, I hate it when you read news about some I don't know, some politician who's been doing an all-around good job, and then you find out that they're fucking corrupt like everyone else. And I go like, oh, come on, really? Why? You've been doing so much good, and now you ruin it because you're just a greedy asshole like everyone else. And now that will cast a big shadow over all the good things you did as a politician, but you're still a greedy fucking asshole. Like, why? Why do you need that? And I don't get it. I am just not as commercially oriented. It is just it is still baffling to me why rich people take bribes. I don't get it. I just don't understand it. It's like, yeah. They're synonymous, aren't they? Well, that's maybe it is, but the thing is, like, most politicians in most countries make a very good living. Certainly better than whatever else other job they could get with their qualifications. They certainly make more money than they could. And then they do shit like it doesn't even have to be like straight up bribes, like here's money, now you will make sure that our lobby organization gets something. Or it's not even like that. It's just gifts that are just like, oh, you know better than that. You can't take a vacation paid by some industry group for your whole family and have them pay for it. You just can't do that. At least not in Denmark. Like, really? Why? You could pay for it yourself, but you just didn't bother. You definitely make enough money to pay for it yourself, and yet you decide to jump into the corruption pool to get a free vacation. Like, why? Why would you do that? That's it's probably like the ego of being rich and powerful. Maybe it is. Maybe it's because that it is so common, and it is something that is so self-evident in those circles that you don't even stop to think about it. Like, it's like, well, that's my right. I mean, everyone does it, so of course I'm gonna do it. Like, they got a free vacation, they got a free vacation. Why should I get a free vacation? Everyone else gets a free vacation, and then you get called out for it. Yeah, it can be an entitlement. It could be like, well, it's not really that much, and the stuff that I do for society, oh my god, I really deserve more. And the stuff that I've been doing, really, I mean, this is basically just part of the job. And then like, no, it's not. And I see it, the same thing is with influencers, right? That's also a good case. And that's sort of now that looping it back to the whole sponsorship thing. When you see successful content creators take sponsorships, and I know how much money they make, I can just extrapolate from what I make and then go like, you make a lot of money, and then go like, oh well, I gotta pay the bills. Like, it's a fucking webcam and a microphone and some IKEA lights that cost $10. Like, fuck off. It's not for all the equipment that you need to take shitty sponsorships to for Raid Shadow Legends. It's but people do it anyway. And it's like, and then they're like, well, the cost that I've been increasing my production cost. Like, fuck off. Like, it's the stuff that, for example, Veritasium did a whole spiel about, oh my god, I feel sorry for me. I have to do the worst clickbait in the world because I can't pay the bills. Like, oh my god, that is such a bullshit attitude, because that's like, oh yeah, you make millions of dollars every month, and that's before sponsorships. Maybe you don't need to do sponsorships, or Tom Scott, for example. Like, he is at least consistent in, you cannot see that he makes money, but fucking hell, he's rich. And of course, maybe he spends a lot on the production because he's traveling the world and he's like 5 people employed and stuff like that. But that's a choice. That's a choice if you choose to. I was gonna mention Tom Scott. He just took an extended break too, and definitely, and he certainly also put enough aside. But he always has like the shittiest advertisement for shitty VPN service, and it was like, really? You even made a video about how no one needs a VPN, and then you still on the next video take money to promote a shitty VPN. Like, come on. His video about why you don't need a VPN was excellent. Like, this would, unless you're a gay pirate assassin, unless you're a gay pirate assassin, then you don't need a VPN. And that's still brilliant comment. I was wondering, on the taxes you are procrastinating. I actually got most of it. I got all of my expenses for last year. I got all the receipts sorted. So now I just need to put them into my my accounting software tomorrow. Temu sponsor. I don't know what Temu is. So, what kind of expenses do you list? Just salary? No, I don't pay myself a salary. I basically sort of I have one cigar box with cash in it, and I go look at it and go like, I guess we buy food this month, more or less. But it's I only have this as my income, so I basically sort of move things from my business account to my private account when I feel like it, when I need it, and then I report what I think I'm gonna earn, and then I get like, I pay 10 rates of the proportional tax of that, and then at the end of the year when I do my taxes, as I'm currently doing, and then it'll be adjusted and I'll pay the back taxes. But my expenses is games, and any hardware that I buy. Not a lot of hardware, like the new PC, for example, and like when I do the graphics designs, that's that kind of thing, but not much. So I don't have a lot of expenses in terms of this. Like, if, for example, when I traveled to TwitchCon, then that was also a business expense as well. Sort of for that part. I did my taxes at $9. Well, that's very accurate. You must have very steady income. Electricity? Nope, I can't do that. You're not allowed to charge electricity, and you can't charge rent in your own house unless there is a locked door to that room. And the same with internet connection if you're working from home. So there's a lot of like subtle things that don't really make a difference, right? Using a loophole with the ownership of Chinese Communist Party and slave labor. All right. Okay, well, let me note about Temu sponsorship. Whoops. Yeah. Just seen a YouTube video of a League player who complained that he can't upload anymore because his revenue is only $750 a video. I mean, it also depends. Like, because I'm thinking there's some guy called something 99. He spent like a month on doing a 1-hour documentary, and if that makes $750, then obviously he can't live off of making a video a month when he spends a month of researching and all that stuff, and makes a video a month and then gets it. But if it's like highlights from my latest League games, yeah, sure, I'd probably make do with it. But League is also a special kind of streaming, because League streamers can have lots of viewers and not make anything except for the ad revenue. So There were so many ads for Timo during the Super Bowl. Oh, right. Okay, cool. And ads for Jesus. I'm sure Jesus would want that. I'm sure that somewhere in the scriptures it says like spend money on Super Bowl ads instead of on the poor. I'm pretty sure that's in one of the letters. It takes 40 minutes to create this video. It's just this game, multiple videos a day. I mean that's just, well, if he doesn't want to spend 40 minutes, probably a little bit more. I know what it takes to make a 40-minute video. For $750, then that's his choice, and then he can just stop uploading. That doesn't make more money though. It's kind of not how things work. But you know, I know that it's a balance for myself. Like I could work harder and make more, but I can also see that it's really not about. It is. How do we say this in the right way? The more deciding factors on the popularity of my videos is external. So, for example, is Dyson Sphere coming out with a new release? Yes. Well, my videos are gonna get a fuck ton of views. Is it 2 months since there has been any news on Dyson Sphere? My videos are not gonna get. They can be equally well made, they could even be even better and more crisp and all that stuff, and they're not gonna get the same views because the newness factor is not there. So that means that when there is nothing new, I should not work twice as hard to make the same amount of money. I should work half as hard and accept that it doesn't really influence my income. Or you should be sponsoring DSP development. Well, I mean, looking back at it, if I had known what I know now, silly, I would have put $15,000 into them adding during the Kickstarter. I would just go like, make the fucking space platforms. Here's $15,000. Go, and that would have been a good deal. Because that was something like that was one of the stretch goals that they didn't reach, and now we sit here a couple of years later and go like, space station would be nice. I mean, of course they wouldn't have, but then, you know, they might have just been able to hire one more developer and, you know, all those things, right? But it's good as it is. It takes longer to create these videos. It's not dubbed or anything like that. It's streamed on Twitch and cut in the beginning and no cuts in between. Yeah, okay. You know, it's your money and complains that he can't do it anymore as it's not enough. All right, well, that sounds like an all-round nice person. Or not. So, I mean, yeah, so when there's a lull in action and I work, you can work twice as hard to make the same kind of money, or you can work half as hard and then only lose half of whatever, not much. So that's kind of my perspective on this. And then when something happens, or if I find some new game that I'm super excited about, then I'm going to be diving in and getting a lot more action on that. So I like charity where he earns money, so he does that instead. Yeah, I think so. I think that's the part, right? It's probably like a statement like that can serve a different purpose. It can be like, go to my Patreon instead. Or it can be, I don't really bother doing that. I just like waking up in the morning, turn on my stream some games, and then make money on Twitch ad revenues and subs and bits and sponsorships and stuff like that. And then it's more a matter of, I make more money doing something that doesn't require anything of me except just sit down and play the game. So it is, the opportunity cost is not worth it. And then that's perfectly fine. I probably wouldn't be sort of complaining about not making enough money, be it using that perspective. I'd probably be, oh, I want to focus on the stuff that I enjoy the most, and that is playing the game and not editing and uploading games that I have already played. That would be probably a better perspective than that, I think. So anyway, that's a deep rabbit hole to go down, but that's not what we're gonna that for. But I know, just raised a bit. I've been raising a family that never had a lot of money, and these comments just rage induces me. It is really annoying when you hear rich people complain about money. And and being so oblivious to it. And it is something that is, how do we, it is a trap that is easy to be lured into. Now I'm going to be taking a little bit of another parallel here. So sit down with your cup of coffee here. I'm an engineer by profession and believing that, and as an engineer and working as in a big company and being a career-minded and getting lots of promotions and managers, I made a pretty good living as a corporate manager. That's good. I could afford the stuff I wanted. I lived in a nice suburban house and had a nice car and all that stuff. So I didn't have any financial woes pre-content creation. And then, yeah, then I meet lifestyle inflation. That's a good word for it. Yeah. You kind of sort of, that becomes the baseline, and you think about, like, of course you need a car, but there's a lot of people who can't afford a car, and for them it's not like, oh, of course I need a car, and can't afford a house in the suburbs. And when it really struck me that, oh yeah, what I would consider normal is definitely not normal, was when I started my sexology studies. That is an education that costs $5,000 for like half a year. And I thought, like, okay, well, that's some money. I do it for my own personal development, and I think it's worth it, and it's interesting, and I'll do that. And I would sort of also expect that most people would do the same thing, or see it as an investment, that they would do it. But I did not expect that people would spend their last dollar on an education like that. But that was the case, and people just generally didn't have money there. And it was really difficult. Like, when you just casually, like, there was one of the first times I was like, all right, we go up. It was Saturday and Sundays, and after Saturday, I wanted to sort of build up a momentum and build a good mood in this day. I thought, I was like, yeah, let's go out afterwards. Yeah, let's go out. And there were like 10 people after the classes ended, and you could feel this like, there is an energy to go out, but if nothing happens, then if it takes too long, then people will start going like, well, okay, we also have tomorrow, and we'll start drifting off, and then suddenly there's no one there. So I had to react quickly, and I was like, okay, it's Saturday evening, middle of COVID, what the fuck do we do? I was like, for me, the objective was, where can we find somewhere we can sit down, 10 people, get something to eat fast nearby? We found something, and then we went there, and then as we were sitting down, it was like 2 hours buffet, just all you can eat and drink, and I was like, perfect, great. And I didn't think that people couldn't afford that. I had completely missed the fact that some people went along and blew half their monthly food budget on that evening, or something like that. Fuck, I felt bad. And for me, I just didn't think about it, right? Because that's like, it's Saturday evening, you're in the middle of Copenhagen. Of course, things are going to cost something if you go anywhere. Like, you're going to have drinks and food, and this was reasonably priced, fine. But I didn't have, and I felt so bad about it. And I, like, when you sort of hear the talks in the breaks, and it's like, oh yeah, I don't eat meat anymore because I can't afford it. I don't know what it's called, but scrounging in trash cans for food outside of supermarkets. That's the only way I get meat on the menu. Meat's back on the menu, boys. And it's like, oh my fucking god, I have to park my Tesla further away. I can't park it right outside, because that just sends so much wrong message. And it was like, the atmosphere was, yeah, we're poor students. We spend our last dollar on this. This is gonna, after we're done with this, we can finally go out and charge high and hourly wages. And I was like, that's not how it works, but yeah. And that's being a free, and yeah. And it felt so bad. And like, another time they were like, okay, I learned my lesson. So I was like, let's do something here. Let's order pizzas, or no, okay, no pizzas. People brought, okay, I'll bring some beers and some sodas, and then we could just hang out here afterwards. And then we just did, and people were like, how much for a soda? It's like, don't worry about it. Are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'm sure. Like, I'm not gonna be collecting 50 cents for a. It's like, it's okay. I can splurge on a case of a soda for us to sit and talk in the evening, and it feels weird, right? Because that is not a luxury good, being able to buy a case of sodas and spend it on an evening with your study mates. But it's weird, right? So that's the lifestyle inflation. I just didn't. That fits into probably a ramen dinner, but I mean, it is, and that's the part where I'm like, okay, you also have to check your own privilege, and also when you have kids, my kids grow up really privileged. They get anything they need, really. So we have to articulate it and make them understand that, yeah, they're being spoiled, and they can't expect that to continue to happen, or can they? That's a different matter. It seems different to me, knowing some of the students had spent their last dollar on the course. The attitude of some of the teaching staff seems different to me, knowing some of the students had spent. What does that mean, Akira? The attitude of some of the teaching staff. You sound like you went on the same course as I. Yeah, you would expect that if the teaching staff knew this, they would really step up their game. But, you know, for them it's also just like, people spend money, and if they can't afford it, they don't spend it, right? When I was a student, I was already working back then and getting my Master of Science part-time. Definitely felt a bit odd in the beginning. Yeah. And that's the, like, as a student, you're probably poor. if you don't have rich parents paying for your things, so you gotta make ends meet, and you gotta cut corners. Like, that's when I stopped eating lunch, because I couldn't afford that, and also drinking was not gonna be cut, so gotta cut down on eating then. So that's why I and then 10 years later, it's just called intermittent fasting, and I go like, wow, I was fashionable before it was a thing. Nice. I just couldn't afford dinner or afford lunch, so now we just call it intermittent fasting. Nice. So, yeah, but it is interesting that part that there is the lifestyle inflation, and there's also sort of a blindness to, you can tend to sort of feel that wherever you are, that's the middle lane. That's something I've been thinking about for other things. Oh my God, I'm never gonna get started on playing. I need to. We'll take the middle lane analogy on Sunday. That's a good one. I want to dive into in a different time, or maybe later. But I think we need to get started on the game. Otherwise, Twitch comes after me and says, no, you can't be in a gaming category and not game. You have to be gaming. So that we do. And thank you to everyone who's wishing me a partner anniversary. No, another time. Too much of a diversion. No. Oh, please, you should be making the version. I can choose to sort of read the comment or let that trigger a 10-minute rant for me. That's also my prerogative. So by all means, if you yeah. Hope it's not the end quite yet. Well, end game is like I'm watching Marvel movies with my son. He's sick this week and he has vacation, so we're just watching a lot of Marvel movies. It's nice. We just watched Infinity War, and then you could say that Endgame, the next one we're gonna watch, certainly wasn't the last of the Marvel universe, although it should have been, because nothing but shit has come after Endgame. Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. When did he piss the fog farm? Wow. Did I just read that out loud? Wow. Well done on baiting me into being super appropriate. Ah. Well done, Master Statate. It's getting hot in here. Fix, yes, fix it, yes. When did I fix it? I didn't. It fixed itself. Just over time, it started working again. So, but I have been putting in a little bit of time in this, because at the last time we had Viking up here. And now all the look, there are no dark fog planets or bases here, and all of these have now been tapped. So that's something that's progress. Is the beginning of the end, or is it the end of the beginning? So what we want to do today, I've also set this one up so it could start accruing, because it needs to accrue a lot. Actually, we just need an infinite amount of this, basically. Just if you can, just make all of it. So we're going to need some of these friends here. Oh no, it's just connecting to chat, so now I can't really see if there are any good counter comments to my awful comment. Or maybe I just got disconnected for being super inappropriate. There. Right, so I think that, okay, so here's another thing I noticed. If we look at this, this is the consumption part, is actually not at all keeping up. But this is keeping up. So if these ones could be upgraded, then it would actually be able to get the whole thing going. So that means actually that argues that it would be good for us to get this one. There. It's still 2, and it's just a little bit too crowded, because basically I need 1, 2, 3 inbounds, and then I can get one, and I can't do that as long. Oh well, hold on. I can. What? Oh right, you're there. Okay, cool. Then this can be taken out, and that's the yeah. And then that should be possible to get. Nope. No. Still no. There we go. And that one. Yeah. And then this one also gets split. There. Okay, so this will be that one. Just don't need a lot. Request here, and it is coming in. Perfect. And the next one is, we also need there will be these two. So it's the thingy and the other thingy. That thingy. And this coming in. And that will be what? Okay. Oh. Yeah, I think we still have enough of that. Go. And that should be all of the stuff inbound. Yeah. And upgrade here. And that will get out to this location, which will then be nice. And I think I'll get like a row of that. And then I'll get that. Also, and that should be able to put it into me. Good. and that one. And none of these can be produced faster or anything. So let's get that up here. $400. No, 500 is a good number, right? 500. And oh, that's actually not what I wanted. I wanted to get these ones here, 500. And then I wanted to get this one, which would then be just 100. Yeah. And this one now needs to be just done. What did I miss? Just started. You get missed a good pre-game chat though. Ah, nice. Thank you, Mr. Mistopoulos. I appreciate that. I do like my. Sometimes I don't really have anything meaningful to say, and sometimes it'll just come to me and just look at the soil pile coming in. I think we're good on soil pile. Sometimes I'll just go on ramblings. But if you like the ramblings, then also encouragement is always appreciated. I just need 45 of these. If I get 45 now, then I'm gonna. Oh shit! Why do I have 45 already in inventory? Okay. There we go. I have 45. I think they stack to 15. They don't look that much more interesting, to be honest. They look okay. And they look like with a nice square corners. It looks nice. Oh, right. I need 15 more. I could also upgrade the other ones just out of, I don't know, but that would kind of defeat the point, because then it's just going to be faster, but still not at ratio. Now it might actually be such that. Well, let's look at the hashes. We should have looked at the hashes before. It seems that there are no input or processors to smelters. All right, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think I just forgot to set up the. That's a lot of stuff going on here. I'm just trying to pay attention if this is only going to be damaged and not destroyed. Where the hell are we? Yeah. Increase the resource speed until it keeps up. That's true right now, but yeah. Ah, yes. A simple matter. I moved the smelters, and that's why the smelters are broken. Do I have some smelters? Yeah, I do have some. And I also am requesting smelters. But nothing comes in until this one fills up to 20 to 50. So I think it's time for us to jump on over to the pre-planned location that I have prepared for us. And start setting up shop there. I don't think I need this many fractionators here. So, fractionators. I wonder where they would be. If I was a fractionator, I would be right there. No. Damn. That's a fractionator. There. But I want 30 of these, and I might as well take all the rest of this. This is a... So, let me get 100 more of... this one. Oh. Here. Oh wow, I do not want all those laser turrets. I absolutely do not want those. There we go. for a rainy day. And I also need 1, 2, 3, 4. This is what? 60 something. There. This is now 89, and if we look at the fast builder, it's 85. So perfect. I might even go so far as to take 4 of them back in there. Cool. And this, though, doesn't feel right. Like, when we need it, we need a lot of these. And what else do we need? Splitters. There, coming in. They are ILS drones. ILS drones. Oh yeah, funny. Funny how obvious it is when you see it, and yeah. Oh no. Could you fix the 2 tiles? Yeah. Do you need so many tier 1? Well, I mean, once I have him, I have him. It doesn't take up any space anymore, so. And I also have a separate production over here, just feeding this one. Alright, we'll take a little bit of this and then go off. I think that's what we need. Yeah. Don't know what else is something that we want to replenish when we're back here. This one might be. There we go. Okay, so we go out here, and where was it? I had prepared a location. Ah, it was at Summer God, I think. And was it? No, it was not. It was at Cybercraft, and it was Qualun. There, that one is where we're going. And off we go. And I'm just generally killing all the hives when they're there. Because I just don't want to be attacked. So we'll have this one thing that's attacking, but I've been surprise attacked a few times too. So let's not. And like you can also see how clean and empty the space is. No hives in this location. Look at that. Look at the preparation someone puts into this. It's glorious, isn't it? Yeah, if Quenlin is here, we need a color. Let me just check if there are no colors for Quenlin. No colors, unfortunately. So I just picked one because I think it looks good. There we go. And let's see, what is this? How expensive is this? This is 18,000. What about research speed 5? 16. Or that one, reading. We'll keep doing that. Did Farmer Thornfish recover after all? Yes, it did. It did recover just by itself. I haven't even gone looking at it. I just saw it. Because if we go look at it, bad stuff happens. Why? Because I have that one enabled. Well, I don't now, but it's into a lemon. A bit of a lemon. But I don't know. It's a thing. So, but it might be a little too bright for. But then again, we're always working at night, so maybe. There's also something about like these are blue lines, so it should be some color that is a good contrast to blue. Like, no matter what color I choose, I just can't really get it right. There, it's now an orange instead. Orange. The weirdness about the orange is the color is named after the fruit. You'd think it was the other way around, but it's not. It's less harsh. So, what is our objective? Our objective is to build some kind of design, and the first thing we need to figure out is how wide can it be? Like absolute maximum is out here, and then that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whatever. I'll do that. There. I think this is the maximum width we can have it, because then if I do this part, oh no, it can't. It cannot. That's not an option, but this one might be. Yeah. So this is as close as it can be. So we should somehow keep this in mind. Come off the tree, yellow. Don't ruin my world like that. Let's. I think there are a few things that our existing designs, particularly these mid-game designs, are missing. If you look at the late game designs, I only have like a 1-to-1, a 2-to-1, and then the special steel one, which is the double chain. But this one is a little bit awful because it relies on... No, it doesn't. I thought it actually relied on some... Huh. Okay. Some stackers. So how much... Okay, let's start doing an iron smelter design. Let's do that. That we can do. They're hidden over here. This... we are never going to have a... So, I'm thinking. One out here that double stacks. Or that quad stacks, I guess. Yeah. That's the maximum extent of it, but also a little bit overwhelming. And then I could have here. And let's see how much that would be. That's 15. And yeah, that's too much. So if I need 15 plus 15, then it has to be really close. I think it has to be this close, actually. But I can't really see myself having that because that's way too compact. So maybe we just want it like half size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would mean that this would be the maximum extent of it. 13. What an awful number. But then again, it's 3 times as fast. So if I just make 10. Just 10 would be equal to 30 normal. Alright, my concern with the design is that it's easy to make a giant design that is no way that I can feed it enough to do this. So I think that 2 belts of 120 is the absolute maximum. Right. This doesn't feel right. Make 12. 12 is a weird number, right? That's then no, I don't want like 12 then it becomes like 36 per second times that's ugh. If life gives you lemons, lies. Yeah, limes. That was. I remember that there was something about lemons that they're not real, or they're not real. Might be a little bit too much, but you know. So the idea would be something like this. And then it would have one inbound in either side here. And then this would produce, it's just 30 plus 30 plus 30. This would produce 120, which could be placed on a single belt. But does it need to be placed on a single belt? Not really. Like, there's really no point in doing that, except that I can, which kind of ironically becomes, so now I built something like this. It's small, it's compact, but ultimately it's not at all different from what we had before. Like, this is really kind of boring, right? Space for power poles, that's a good point. The only thing that would argue why I would want to have a stacked belt here, a single belt, is that I only then would want to monitor one thing. And that could also be an argument. But the thing is, like, 120 comes out, but I'm only using 60. 120 comes out, but I'm only using 60. Here I have 30 returning, here I have 60 returning, here I have 30 returning. That's like, it's not really that much, is it? I'm not really sort of leaning into the stack inserters. There's another way though. We could do, oh yes, that might actually be better. Didn't even think of it that way. Like this. Because then this could be for power poles, and then the power poles could also be on the outside. Something like that. And do we the stack inserters, they can't keep up. I think this is better. It's fewer belts. Instead of 3 belts returning, then I have 2 belts returning. It's still not super impressive in any way. Like, it could be doubled, right? It could be doubled without problems. But if I double it, then this is now using 30 plus 30. This is using 60. So if I double it, it's full belts, completely full belts. But here's another thing. Like, even though I would use, does the input inserter wait until the 5 items output? Other, if not, the belt jam. Thank you, today. I was just about to formulate that in a very convoluted way, so thank you for saying that, Gwen. Because if it, oh, something broke. Wow, that's bad. Well, if more stuff breaks, then we have to go watch it and yell at them and maybe take out a little bit of this, because it got a little bit overwhelming here. It looks a little overwhelming. How much can PLS reliably bring in? I think 240 when all is said and done. I think, if it is allowed to do that and that. So this feels like it's too small, but twice as big is going to be too big. It should not jam with stack inserters. Should it not? Like, why? Why should it not? I mean, it seems silly to say why not, but in, out, in, out. But they can stack on top of the not for the. Oh, they can. Okay. Well, I guess this is testing things. So let's give it a shot and see if it actually works. How close would we want it? I think we'd want it like there. Yeah. here, and here. Well, that looks better than it is. It would be nice if I could suffice with having them in here only, but then I'd have to build it like really silly close. And even then it would probably not even be possible. Like, this seems silly, right? Hold on. I need to actually get something that we need to find an iron deposit. It's they're probably the only one on this planet. There, that one. Oh, it's right next to us. Perfect. So this one, we'll be tapping that for test purposes and such. There we go. Yeah, it's, well, I think it'll be less power poles if I put it on the outside. The thing is, the question is then, how does it work when I put it further to the side, where it is? Ooh, it almost fits in here. It almost fits in here. That's so cool. Let's make it fit in there. Nope, that was a mistake. Ooh, half of these are broken, aren't they? Yes, they are. Because they're not identical, they're mirrored. How did they build this without? Yeah. Right. So in, out, in, out. Now this one actually fits in this area, doesn't it? It does. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. But that was not really what we wanted to test. We wanted to test if it could fit in here. And still be covered by power poles. Thank you for all the partner anniversary wishes. Thank you. Seems like a little bit much. We might have to go and watch that at some point. Okay, this also looks good. I think we have to set up... Oh, warnings. Going in. How about satellite power poles? They're too big. They're super clunky. Like they can't be put in here. Then I'd have to sort of push them out. That is an option. I mean, sure, I don't like it, but oh, last power pole was one off. I don't like it, but I want to test it because this is it's about testing. So let's try these awful ones. And if I end up using this, I'm gonna hate it next time I come around because I'm like, I don't want to keep these around because they suck. Where's the last one? One off? Yes, something is one off at least. Weird that... Oh, because this one is also a little bit off. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work. It has to be pulled off that. Well, where's the last one? And these. I hate it already. Let's build that down here. Oh, I might not. I might have to unhate it. 1, 2. This is the middle, right? This is the middle of that area. Oh man, if you make me unhate this, I don't know. I'm not gonna be happy about it. I can at least hate that I don't hate it. I mean, you gotta keep the hate alive. The pillars of society. Shouldn't you try to try the power point next to the equator as distance greater there? Yeah, I'm gonna do it all over all places. Yeah, but that's correct. I just want to see how much space this takes up. Because now I would see. Yeah, it can easily be placed next to each other here. Also this one. Next one would be here. They're also feasible and barely, but they are within the domain. I think I don't hate it, and I don't like it. I hate that I don't hate it. Does that make sense? Because it takes one power pole, and like one power pole, it's really hard to argue with one power pole. It's also a bit futile to argue with a power pole. Something you mostly do on the way home from a night on the town. Just argue with a power pole. Can you blame the millions of... That's the same as this part. All of this, on Thornfist Magmaril, I'm being attacked by 30 different hives at any given time. And every time something dies, they give a little bit of soil. And that's why the soil pile ticks up like this. Power cost difference doesn't matter at this point. Like this one takes 720 kilowatt. But if I'm already using these that take a god-awful amount, then can't be that part. Yeah, it looked like a pinhead, absolutely. I like this. Should we try it and see how it performs? And see if it can keep up. So not everyone is flying out yet. I don't know why not. They're not, but oh, because there's nothing here. Okay. And production stats on this planet. Let's go for 1 minute. Then we'll just see. What is the expected? 30 times 4. That's 120 So it should peak. It should be stable at 7,200. When it is stable, 7,200. Come on. It's all good. I hate to say that I don't hate it. I hate that I don't hate it, right? That's not okay. And then we should set a warning on something, like just one of them, right? And that should be full cycle. It should not have a condition of anything. It should be greater than. And then alarm is when there's fail and no cargo. Then this one should be. If only there was something that would be a little more. We should actually be highlighting what it is that's running out, right? Yeah. And that's the build. Yeah, except they're not useful. I think they're particularly useful now. So why did they suddenly become useful, and why did I not like them before? Well, we need fewer belts. That means the actual part of the or the overall design gets slimmer, because now I need less of the space reserved for belts. Previously, I would need like 4 lines allocated to this one, which is too expensive in terms of registry. But now, since I'm saving some space for belts, then it's okay to use this. Roof Runfu, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you. First sub of anything today. How much power does it take? Now we don't know. It's gonna take a while to empty. Hey, drone engine. This is gonna fill up too quickly that it won't even get back to speed here. Like, this is consuming 2.88 times. 2.88 times 40. 115 megawatt plus 0.72. So let's call it 116 megawatt for this one plus that one, which is, we don't know. Hey, Arthur Dent, thank you for the 60 months. Much appreciated. 6 metric years indeed, or 5 of those normal years. I like this. Let's continue the design and find ourselves something else we could useful at. Let's use the silicon. There's a silicon here, which is exactly the only silicon we have on this planet. So 23 out of 24. Pretty good. But also a little frustrating. There. Let's see if we can do the same thing. Oh, break. Oh, man. That's true. I need a break. I was talking too much. What a surprise. There is an advantage to talking to this. There is a hidden advantage to my profession when it comes to dating. I'll reveal that after the break. I'm back. Let me make sure that we save the game. Huh. Why are you not worried about unicorn and magnets anymore? Farm gives enough. I think farm gives enough. Let's see. It's the Magmarel system. Magmarel system, Thornfist. Where's all the stuff? Like, oh shit, it might be stuck. It's probably stuck. Oh, I need to go there. Oh no! The horror! Okay, shit. Damn it, all this wasted effort? Well, thank you. I was like, at some point I need to check it, but... That's also a beautiful little sphere we got here. Is that even the one? There. Alright, so about the whole... Outbound disk overload, no it's not. It's one of the things that's stuck. Alright, down the rabbit hole we go. Okay, let me hear if... wonder if a square design would... Given belts go over each other? Square design? No. Don't even go there. You can say you're famous. That's not really it. But good to... What seems to be the major malfunction? Did it just sort of stall by itself? That means if I just pick up one, then it'll get started and work flawlessly or what? No. That's so weird. Ah! Wow! You kidding me? That's the one? Alright, whatever. I'll just put that in here. That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't think I should put alert. I think I should put alert on this belt. If this is full and not moving, right? No, that's not it. Actually, it might be, you're right, it might be better to just get all the warnings and then, because then I can know exactly what the problem is instead of just knowing that there is a problem. So that doesn't work, but that works. That works. So there, it has to be greater than, and if it is, that is, who knows what that is. These things. If there is no flow and full cargo, then give us a warning about that one. Oh yeah, I could just look at whatever was filtered on me. This is the same, right? And this one will just switch to that. Can't believe we wasted. This one isn't really collected anymore. this one is collected. Okay, so now we've set up warnings on all of them. Where's this one? What? Not. Maybe Crystal is 200k. No, I think it's twice as much, isn't it? Okay, these are full of junk, so as fast as things can move, then that's as fast as things will be let out. But I think that as long as we are, as long as we are shipping it out faster than we are bringing it in, we also unfortunately have to acknowledge this fact that that this is not being requested, and we need to request it. Okay, let's have a look if there's anything that has spawned that's too close. Is this too close? I mean, I kind of want to take this out. Yeah, I think we need to take that out. Okay, don't shoot me. What did I ever do to you? And then we pull back. Just like this, we are accruing too much. Go back. There. And then that should have sort of aggroed everything, but at least there's one less now. Make the other tower local requests, global supply. No, I just need to go back and make sure that it actually has a purpose, or what you can say. Now let's go above. One more of that. There. Just a little bit over. There. Exactly. What? Oh, this is the right one. Never mind. It was that one I actually wanted it to. There you go. Exactly 4,000. And there. So I'll just need to request it. Cool. Let's move out and then move back to the requester. That's back home. And it is March. It's here. And then set up a proper requester for this. We're not shipping out. Well, I'll need to make sure that there's a buffer back home for this. Cool. Sorry to bother, but I'm trying to get no rare achievement. I wonder if using fires from a gas giant or if it's... You can take it from the gas giant. I did that in my achievement run. It's only the stuff that is mined with a miner. You can also... like, if you get some organic ore from a tree, that's also okay. Because you didn't mine it. There we go, and right. Anyway, okay. May I ask? Whoop. There was a question here. May I ask? Is the kind of burping sound at the start of your coin transition extended or mishearing? There's no burping sound at the start of my coin transition. But you mean like when I transition between screens like this? Like that? Because I know there shouldn't be any sound there. Alright, I landed on this location, and so now let's ask anyone else if there's a burping sound, because there really shouldn't be. And then there's a little stutter. Okay. Because I don't hear anything on that transition. Okay. There's a little sound. Okay. Interesting. Because there shouldn't be. So one of these should be wanting for more. That one. Yeah, I did request more, but I did not request enough. Really shouldn't be doing this. Should be requested from one of these up here. Damn it. I don't... How can I not have any spare capacity? How much crap is being imported here? A lot is the answer. Okay, well, maybe it's... I don't know how that sound got there. This is just not okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to be providing. That means it'll go over to the other location. That's shit. Oh, that's fun. It bounced. It's exploded. It's explodey. Oh, that's fun. It's a little bit insistent. Little bit insistent. Okay. And all right, it's not set as export here, or as output. There, that helps.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home. Who are we welcoming home? Oh, Are you? Oh, you're full. Shit. Don't like it. Jessup, thank you. A rare subscriber? Ah.
A kind gesture.
And thank you, Silver Season, for 200 bits. I just make all of them bigger, and then I need to also set warnings on these so that I know if something is full. Let's be a little bit more consistent than we've been in the past. Lack of item? No. We just do this. None of that. None of that. No. Oh. None of that. None of that. Use now. I might need a few more of these. Huh. I missed one. That sucks. Misaligned, isn't it? No, it's probably fine. Drop the sushi belt and use fidget spinner logistics for the farm. That's also kind of what I want. For the farm? No, I don't. Yeah. It's a lot of manual labor or manual adjustment I have to do to get that to work properly. Save. Good. And then the power or the you. That one greater than 0. Warning if fail and full of cargo. And that is that weird stuff. And that is this weird stuff. The most troublesome one here. And that one. And so this one is not actually requesting anything, so should actually take that out. Because I'm doing it in a different way that kind of makes sense, some kind of sense, I guess. Cleaned up. And obviously this is the one that fills up the first. And oh, really? That's some storage unit. Look how they've quieted down after we took out one location. So now this part is requesting everything inbound, but is also should also be pushing it all over to the other one. A load of drones. It is kind of bothering me why it's not empty. Oh, because this is pushing out at stack 4, so it's pushing out at 120 per second, and it's still not keeping up. All right. Guess we'll take a little bit of time. Probably this one location was in constant attack mode and it was aggroing everything else. That's probably right. Well, no. I'm not getting 120 per second production. So if I'm not getting 120 per second production, then it will even out. So there's no reason to make it empty faster. I'm getting 631 per minute. No, per 10 minutes, right? So 63 per minute. That's really nice. And way too many energy shots. But, you know.
Welcome back.
DJ Tome, thank you for the
steadfast
4 months.
loyalty is
Right,
greatly
so that was a
appreciated.
little bit of a detour, as happens so often. And then we go back to Kvalund, where we are building stuff. Let me actually see something here. Oh yeah, this started also with the question of why am I not worried about running out of these anymore? I never answered that question, and the answer is that. It's not a lot, but it's 3 per minute I can make. That's not much. But, yeah. Communication control. It's not a lot, but it's something. But I also have a nice stockpile already. So let's burn through that stockpile. And if it runs out, then yes, it runs out. Then we're just gonna go down to only producing 3 per minute instead of whatever we are producing now. Yeah, would have been nice actually to have some kind of indication that is running out. Should have left that base for more production. No, because it was also getting overwhelmed. And I'd rather have a slower but steady production than I'd have a pushing it to the edge, kind of have to look that it doesn't get overwhelmed all the time. Good. Now let's do the silicon, which will also be equivalent to all the other ones. We'll get one of these. All of this is buffed up. And you get that one and that one. So, what is that going to be any kind of different? Like, maybe I just make it exactly like this. Like, why would I not make it exactly like this? Did it get overwhelmed? It was borderline. It was not sort of smooth sailing. It was just a little bit too aggressive. So now it's smooth sailing again. Like now it's between nothing is damaged and 1 is damaged, a few is damaged. But previously it was 10 plus things that were getting damaged and 1 was broken. They are at max height, yes. But one was built too close, so it was in constant attack mode, and that aggroed everything, and then, you know, we got a little unfortunate. I don't know. I'm thinking the same thing here. I really can't see why I wouldn't just make it exactly the same as the other one. Because build capacity is not going to be a thing anymore. Which was previously a thing. And then this one. Got to go. Thank you for the stream. I'll catch you rest later. Thank you for joining. I don't know, Akira, did you write? I've asked you for a follow-up on your weird comment. Did you ever post that and I missed it, or was it, or did you just hold off on it? Because if you posted and missed it, then I can try to take a look, or you can post it again, or some other time. I mean, isn't this just it? Let's try it. Did post about. Oh no! I wish I could figure out how this worked, because I really wanted to see your messages. Okay, let me just see if I can find it. Ah, okay. This was the course where one of the teachers had a toxic approach. I wonder why people put up with it. Guess they were financially tied to the course, as well as call the personality around. Right, okay, so your comment was based on the stuff I've told about the course. Okay, cool. That makes sense. And yes, you're right. But that's kind of the point. It is both the call the personality part, and I know you're left to leave to work, so I'll just ramble a little bit about it for my own sake. Like if I spend money on something, a course like this, and it's not good, then I'll be like, oh, whatever. But because I also can acknowledge the sunk cost fallacy. But people who spend their last buck on it it just has to be good, and they'll be blind to acknowledging that they might have wasted their money or might not have gotten their money's worth, because that would be like a personal defeat of, oh shit, I spent money I really didn't have on something that wasn't good. Oh, why did I do that? Then it's much easier to close your eyes and pretend that everything is fine. Let's have a look on local planet. Go on 1 minute, and that should then be 360 here. That should be 360. Did you mod your logistics system? Nope. Or am I missing a research that doubles their holding capacity? Yes, you are. I'm not playing with mods. These ones. No. Somewhere. Where the hell are they? There. The infinite research. Planetary station limit. And up here, planetary station limit. So that goes some levels of that. And back to this one. 720, 360. I think this is nice. Let's see how you could use same design but double length and 2 saddle stations for steel. Yeah, but double length is something I'd really want to avoid, because now this thing here is actually crisp, filling up this part. So steel is going to be a problem. There is the option of pretending steel is just iron and then just building it double. That might actually be nicer. but then I get like more dependencies. Oh, good. Sorry. So this thing doesn't work. So they have to be this far apart, which also means that, you know, that's space that can be utilized for something. Whether that's the iron inbound or the steel outbound. It actually couldn't it be something silly like inbound, outbound, outbound. What is the transfer rate of this? 120 items per second. I think that's gonna be enough. Yeah. This is gonna be exactly the same build. Literally the same design, except different. Literally the same, but the same footprint of it. Huh. I like that. Like, consistency is in highly valuable in my world. I often value consistency higher than effectiveness. Would you believe it? Right, okay, by my break, and then I got completely distracted, and then we are almost coming up on this next break. But anyway, I want to scroll back to the question. I posed a question before about the advantages of my job in terms of dating. The non-obvious. Let me see. There were some good comments. Say you're famous? No. Hidden advantage. He gets to pick what days he works with no boss to argue with him. That's a really good one, but that's not really a hidden one. That's a very evident one. That's like the first thing it's the first advantage of being self-employed is that you're just your own boss. So if you choose to take a day off, then that's your choice. You navigate logistical challenges when it comes to dating. Yeah. You can do that with any job, but just some jobs might get even more days off in a few times. Yeah. You can always verify when he's at work. Well, that's the other part. That's true. Someone you can, when someone's like, oh, some pictures like, just go here. Here's the link. Twitch TV/Nilaus. You can come watch me work every evening. Yeah. But no, what I was referring to as my non-obvious advantage is that I can talk about nothing for hours. So I just met someone. We're going on a date, and we've been talking a bit on the phone, and then we're like, oh, we were supposed to have a chemistry meeting before we go do rope on Tuesday. And then she was like, can we just have a little chemistry meeting before we do rope? Because, just kind of want to get to know you a little bit. And then we've been talking a few evenings, and it's been nice and cozy. And then it's like, oh, maybe we won't have anything to talk about on Tuesday for our chemistry meeting. I'm like, I can talk about nothing at all for hours and hours. Don't you worry. Not gonna be a problem. So that's let's see. I need to make sure that this is the right place. Okay, so it's on just kissing that line there. That'd be like that. Yeah, so that's and someone I'm seeing regularly. She was I had made the same joke, because that's the privilege of dating multiple people. You can make the same jokes and it seems new. Then we're just lying there in bed talking, and she was like, "It is incredible. You can just talk about nothing and just like take the minutest of topic and just chat away at it." She said it in a complimentary voice, but it was like, "Oh yeah, that's kind of true." That should be the other way around. It is true. You can just like pick up on something and go like, "Yeah, that's pretty cool actually." But there are many other advantages as well, but that was something that kind of struck me as, oh yeah, non-obvious advantages that you're usually not going to run out of random conversation topics. I like this design. Damn, I don't like that I like these satellite substations. What about making steel from iron plates? So yes, you can't produce them directly from ore, but you can build steel on a planet. Also build iron ore. Because then, if I run out of, I might end up in a situation where I spend all of my iron going into steel and then I can't export iron. So I'd like to have the ore come into 3 different productions, and then I can, if the raw materials start declining, then all of them start declining. Instead, if I made a chain that was dependent on the iron being used both for export and into steel, then as my supply of iron ore decreased, I would no longer export iron ore because all the iron ore, I would no longer export iron plates because all the iron plates would now go into producing steel plates, and that would mean like I have lost the capacity to make iron plates or ingots, but I shouldn't have, and that's why I don't want to make it. So I like to have like the raw materials split into all the different components, preferably here, in this case. Have you dated a girl who liked logistics games? No, I have not. Using wrong sorters? I have indeed. I have indeed. There. And that would also be weird. Particularly weird because probably likely to know who I am, and then it would be weird. You can discuss your dates with an anonymous audience. That's true. It's not much like actual work. What is not like actual work? Why not have the sorter to the steel plates 2 to the left? Alright, next to each other? Yeah. I kind of like that this is more of a flowy thing, but I can see the argument for the other one, but yeah. Logistics factory games are too much like, oh, like too much like actual work. Ah, it's too much like actual work. I can definitely relate to that. I'm from, yeah. I don't agree with it, but I can understand why you would think that it is too much like actual work. As this one. This is absolutely ridiculously cool how awesome this is. Can you explain the Dark Fog farm? I have still not understood those farms. I have a video about it, and like you build a farm that kills the spawns, so they spawn, they attack you, you take the stuff they drop, and here you can select what kind of thing that they drop, And those are the things that will be picked up. Then you pick them up, you ship them back home, and then you can use these things for making the best items in the game. Yeah. She'd probably be here in the stream right now, because what else would someone who loves factory games do between 8 and 12 p.m. GT? Well, but that's the thing, right? I actually also, I talk job at work. I don't need to have factory design be pillow talk. No thanks. Don't need that. I think we got something. We just need to make like all the different samples of it. Do you talk about your kids? Do you talk with your kids about your dates? No, definitely not. Because most of my dates are sex dates, so yeah. No. How many iron miners do you have? 1. But that doesn't matter. It's just for this is just for testing. So what should we place on this planet here? Like, what would be a good split of resource builds here? Titanium alloy. I'm not going to do titanium. Titanium alloy is not a basic smelting thing. That's a intermediate that just happens to be made in a smelter. Did I? No, I didn't use all of them. Yeah. But no, in all seriousness, I don't want to talk about like dating thing with my kids because they like I did once because my daughter was like my ex-wife is remarried, and then it's a couple of years ago my daughter was like, oh, she was feeling sorry for me because whenever the kids were here, they knew that their mom had her new husband. But when they were at their mom's, I was sitting here all alone. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. And then I sort of had to sort of tell her like, no, I do go out and I do have a lot of friends. I just don't go out so much with friends when you're here. So then after that, before that I was just like, I didn't talk about like going out and what I did. And then I started like talking, oh, I went like this place or I did something. I don't say like on a date, but I just like, just so that they know that I do have a life in the weeks that they're not here. But I think that's important to get that sense of normalcy, I guess. Will this be a full-fledged importing? Yes, it will be importing ore from the rest of the universe. Correct. Does this stop working? No, it doesn't stop working, even though it's paved. So now this one can actually, this planet can, I won't mine anything on this planet. Because then it kind of becomes too much of a mix. So I'll bring everything in just out of sheer principle, which is kind of stupid, but maybe that is stupid. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because there's just so much space that I can't use if I sort of have to mine this stone mine out before I can actually start working at that location. There's no way I can actually build this mining planet the way I want it. And we also need to make a Dyson sphere here, even though we have this. It's 7 point something gigawatt, 7.26 gigawatt of power I have. Let's see. 7.22. Alright. was enough. Life beyond the factory, yes indeed. If a planet doesn't have at least 10 million resource, it's a poor planet. Yeah, but I also play on half resource, so that would be 5 million in this case. But it is true that there's a new definition of poor. Like, is it worth tapping this iron? No. I have now, but that's like my main issue or my main challenge with this is how the hell are we gonna bring stuff in fast enough? Because I only have 4 ILSs dedicated to import-export, and that's definitely not going to be enough. So I need to figure out a way to do something more than that for this Forge World. Like, obviously we still have lots of space available. Like, this space up here. Actually not here, because if you want to do a Dyson Sphere launcher here, which I'd really like to. Actually, I think I'd put a Dyson Sphere... Should I? No. Should I do a Dyson Sphere launcher here or on another planet? Another planet. Because then I can make this one into purely requesting power, while actually producing power on a planet like this is also taking some of the power away. Yeah, so maybe we should actually start working on that Dyson Sphere in this zone here. So again, I will ask, anyone, can you flip smelters 90 degrees? Yeah, that would be absolutely shit. Don't ever do that. That is a gigantic mistake, and it is the first sign that you don't understand how planets work in Dyson Sphere. Sorry to be so harsh, but it is absolutely incorrect to do it the other way. So I can, but I'm not. Do you plan to bring the ore in only with your polar hub? Is the throughput not? Yeah, that's the issue. But we could, for example, take a look at and say, like, okay, what are the things that we need inbound? I think we'd do something like this. Yeah? Oops. And that's actually rather unfortunate. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fine, but now I also miss glass. Don't think I want to do that. That one and that one. So it's clearly not enough, because one of these importers is not enough, and I could then just take 2 of those. Go away. It's just gone now. And then take another one of these importers. Right? That would probably make sense to do that. Would it be fast enough? I don't fucking know. Alternatively would be using some of this relatively dead space for making more requesters inbound. That's also an option. Yeah. Either way. Okay, I think it's time for us to go to another one, and that's going to be 2 steps. I always want to launch from as far away as possible, because it looks better. And also the Dyson Sphere in the home planet is completely done now. Get that. 2 steps. Is missing a color. What's a good color on this? Maybe like a reddish thing? Yeah, let's go with a reddish thing. And this one is much bigger than I always think it's Like, that must be big enough. Like, nope, it's not. Completion on the logo? Not much. But let's have a look. I can never remember. Why is it is this? It's in this one. It's progress, but not much progress. 15 million and we are at 3 million, right? So it's not really easy to see that this is my logo. And if we just go through it, this one completely done. I've also stopped launching and all that stuff. And the last shimmer here will be retiring, or will be expiring soon. Can't even see where it is, but it's somewhere. But this is done. 74 gigawatt. Nice. Samogot. This one. Look, it's so much. This is the busy one. This is really busy and also making good progress. Let's have a look here. It is almost done with the structure points. Look at that. Yeah, it's a couple of thousand off, and then it stops working, and then it's just cell point absorption, and it looks like everything is absorbed. Why doesn't it does not launch anything? That's not great. Huh, why is it not launching? Ah, why, oh why. Alright, Samogot, we need to go figure out what's wrong there. This one is the one we started last time. This one's shooting, so maybe it's just random that it just some angle or something. This one is 40% done with the structure points. That's actually pretty quick. And cell points nowhere near. And then Cybercraft is the one we're at. As big orbit as possible. As big orbit as possible, and that's 90 and 0. No? No, these two are the same. Why? They start the same place? That's odd. Why? That's odd. This is how I usually do it. Maybe I do this one and that one? No, it's just completely wrong. Okay, first is 0.0. Leave it as is. Next one. Zero, 90, 90, 90, 180. Right, that was what I wanted. 0, 90, 90, 90, 180. Easy. First try. Anyone have a design they want to throw at this? Because then we can take that, or otherwise I'll just grab something from my drive. They're unfortunately not colored. No idea what this is. Let's try this one. Copy. And paste. Sure. The pumpkin! That's a little bit silly. Oh, this is nice. We'll take this one. Delete. That also ruined this part. Is this a maximum size? It doesn't seem particularly big. Copy. New layer. Ah. But do I need to make it this big? No. So, sphere blueprint, selected layer, copy. And then I paste it here. And then I take the small one and delete it. Maybe. Wow, that did not want to delete. Nope, it's broken. There we go. And if I delete back structures, then you can see what it looks like. It looks beautiful. How big is it? 421,000. That's a lot. It's a little bit much, maybe. Maybe it's too much. Is it too much? I don't care. Oh, but these orbs also got smaller. There. There. What do we think? 12 million sales? Don't care. If it works, it works. That's the one. Last time someone was sending you in Discord and didn't notice. Oh, sorry. I mean, I don't notice if no one says so. If it's just hidden and sent in Discord, then I definitely won't notice. But if it's like, hey, I just sent you something in Discord, then there's a little bit of chance that I might remember. I would guess it would be in stream chat, but that also seems to have been very dead for a long time. Yeah. This took 2 months to build before? Nah, it's fine. 12 million? 12 million doesn't really scare me. Maybe it should, but it doesn't feel like a lot. Overly ambitious. That's what we do. I mean, when we built the original, the one in the home zone, then I was also feeling like, oh, this is way too big. We'll never build this. But, you know, stuff happened. It got built. Oh, I also still have a lot left. But it needs to go all the way out to this one. It's absolutely disgusting how far it has to go out. but I do love this build. This is, I don't know. I have so many builds that are my best designs, but this one is certainly, like every time we need to build a Dyson sphere, it's just pave this area, stamp it down, be happy. Like, I remember previously it was such a hassle to figure out, oh, now I need to build some of those and back and forth and all that stuff. But now it's just good stuff. All right, let's see if we have the stuff we need for a fast Dyson builder. Not the belts, but we do actually have the belts. There. Excellent. Hold on, I take a save now. And I also should have taken a break now. I'll just take save. Completely forgetting my break timer. Too much coming in. Cool. We'll be taking a little bit of a break. Yeah. Cool. I'll be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. Woohoo! It's an action. Good. And the best thing is we actually got a save right before we started this, so that's excellent as well. It has received these yet, but they're not launching. Oh, then now they are. He hates past needles because past needles hates future needles, which is correct. Who hates past? Yeah. I just think that past needles is a lazy bastard. And that's probably true. Let's enqueue another one of these. I know, I should be building these ups, but it's such a joy to see this being built, so I don't mind extending the joy a little bit more. Yeah, and about the quantum chips, yeah, we definitely need quantum chips. I think I know why. I think this one is back home because I have I'm leaching the plane filter needed to build this. No, this needs plane filter, and I'm leaching it from the quantum chip build because I don't have a dedicated build for plane filters. So I think that it's not really a problem. I think it's that all the plane filters going to produce quantum chips are being put in the box. The box is being emptied in order to make plane smelters, and because of that, the quantum chips are stalling. But it's one of them that's stalling. It's not 5 of them that are stalling, right? So I think that's part of the. I think that's the reason. This one is like, that's a lot of things being attacked at the same time. Let's have a look. Nothing is being. But they are being. Oh, I think it might actually just be. Like, there is a blue line there. Maybe there's a blue line at Samogon? No? No blue lines from here. So there's a problem. And I would also venture that guess. Oh, it's not connected. It's not connected. Oh, that's a disaster. Oh, it is what? Oh, right. This is one of the first builds, so that's still relying on awful things like that. Oops, take it out. Good. And then by the time this runs out of power, we will hopefully have enough power coming from here. Yeah. Add quantum chips to DS farm? No, because I want to. I mean, it's an expensive thing. I'd have to take one of the other things out, but then again, I probably am not going to. Like, I can max out 8 things farmed. Because I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that one and that one are not being farmed, and they are only used for the matrix labs, and we have a lot of those already. So that might be a good idea, but I can't add it just now. Okay, I added it now. There we go. Right, so this is working. This is doing stuff, and I will now need to figure out why Samogot is not getting anything. It's not launching stuff. There we go. Samogot system. Let's go. And then we'll go fix the jam we just caused by now also allowing it to drop quantum chips. I don't think it was a good idea to do quantum chips, because are we always going to guarantee that we are requesting enough of that? I don't know, because it depends on what we're producing at the time, and then it might get stuck. Oh, right, maybe do that. Urjalak, you are here. Blink, 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 blink. Why? What is the major malfunction? Pitch limit? Polar night for a million billion years. Shit, it's just stuck in a polar night for another 3,000, 4,000 seconds. Or in this case, for 5,000. That would be fun, wouldn't it? Orbit inclination doesn't say much. Rotational period, yes. Revolution period, that's... But what is the planet obliquity? I thought that... Oh, that's the... This is the... Oh, the orbital... So the orbital is... This is the sun, and then that's the orbital inclination. But the planet obliquely is the planet tilt. Ah, so it's the rotation of that. Okay. So that's a lot. That means that if I did this, then it would be more like 33 degrees. It would be like that. Which is why these are in darkness. You can see the line here a lot because everything is just in the polar night for a long time. Yeah. But it's kind of funny that it's exactly like that. But then on the other hand, it'll also be in polar day for a long time. So it sucks. There we go. That's the long and short of it. It sucks. I think it's one of those problems we just ignore and then it'll work itself out over longer times. Oh, and then we need to go to mackerel and find thornfish here. Next up. And I could obviously fix it by placing it somewhere else, by placing it on another planet, but that's a lot of manual work I'd have to do considering or comparing to just, wait some time, it'll be fine. Where are the monsters? See anything? There we go. So tempting to kill the stuff in orbit, but alas, it is not meant to be. It's probably jamming already with. So now we take this one. And you will now be monitoring quantum chips, and you will be exporting quantum chips. Otherwise, the whole thing doesn't really serve a point. Let's see if it works. Yes. So we are getting a little bit of quantum chips. Now we got a little bit more. It seems like the missiles are doing the heavy lifting. But that's fine. Let's have a look at the production stats. Quantum chips only just recently enabled, but I can look at it like this and then look at quantum chips and see they will output per base, drop count, drop rate. Okay, what is it compared to this? It's lower drop rate than unipolar magnet, and it's half of what it is for the core element. Oh well, we'll see. If it jams, then we'll, but it's, how the hell are we gonna see this as jamming when it's the same icon as that? Needs to, man, we need 2 icons for this. If I put another icon, then I won't know what it means. But right now, when I'm just looking at this, I go like, yeah, well, whatever. It's just, that'll fix itself. But that it won't fix itself. A blueprint for this farm? Yes, there is. Polar farm. That one, I think. Or that one? Basically the same. What's the difference? There's one entity different. There's 2 more belts. I don't know. Yes, there is one of these. Suppressions capture. I slowed down a lot. That's actually still shit. No fuel. Like there should be like an image that would be logically a bolt full. That one. No, that's running out. No electricity. That's already used for other stuff. Yeah, that would be weird. And I can't even add a second one because there's no room to build it to add a second one. I think I'll just need this one, and then we'll take a look at it in pointing here, and then maybe we'll run ahead. Oh, look at that. There's some action going on now. And you're getting a little bit of this. Cool. Let's get out of there and back to our farm planet. That was over with here. Oh, look at that. Hold on. That one. Off we go. So, how are we going to do this now? We can't build everything, so we'll have to build some kind of setup of this. And and do I want to start bringing things in here? Or is that a little bit silly at this point? That's a lot. That's a lot, and I don't need it. So honestly, sorry, don't need it. So at least this is available if anyone wants it. And that allows me to remove this. Now I think I want to build the same thing as one more time, then shop. Now then might it be sensible to switch to ILS for those endgame builds, because they will never only go one direction, so no need for control via import. Yes, you're right. You're right. It is better. I just really don't like that. Like, you're right. Fuck it. You're right. Ah, I hate it. But why the change of heart about smelters? Last stream, I caught you were negative about. No, yeah, well, I think they're too expensive, and for what they're worth. But I also wanted to do some new design with the new stuff, so I was like, you know what? Let's get the best out of them. I don't think they're necessary, because there is no way that I can fill this planet up with all these smelters. It would be cool if I could, but I can't, because that's just an ungodly amount. But if I could, that would be nice. So then it becomes like, okay, I could have lots more if I could fill it up, but since I'm not filling up the whole planet, then space is not a concern, and it's the only thing I win by doing this. Space and then entities, but yeah. So right now it's about, hey, can we make some cool in-game designs so that you can also have some cool in-game designs? Why energy? Because the amount of energy is one part of it, but this is 40. Okay, so let's do a little calculation. 40 of these, that is, each of those is requiring 15 what are they called? Unipolar magnets. And I can make 10 of, like, I can make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then double. So that's 10 times 10. Then I have all the way around, I have times 20 times 20. So I need 120,000 unipolar magnets to build enough smelters for this. That doesn't sound like a lot, but we're only getting it at, I don't know, what was it? 50 per minute. So I can build 3 per minute, and I need to make an ungodly amount of it. So yeah, so that's why. Then I want to make. I need to make a new blueprint book. Let's do that. And it just makes a book there. Portfolio. And that is end game. The other one was called, no, it's called Smelters.
Our illustrious
Late game
champion
was previous, and then it's
returns.
called end game.
Welcome home.
And then that will be these ones and these ones, right? So that really indicates what it's for. Cool. If you don't only farm, but also line from the black hole. Yeah, but I don't. Hey, Tozo, thank you for the 61 months. Much appreciated. Save changes. There. So then we have that one somewhere. Smelters. Smelters early, smelters end game. Then I just need to put stuff in there, which is somehow more difficult than it should be. Currently came from a black hole and a pulsar. Could always go kick the dark fog out of those two systems. I could, and I am going to. Right, let's start by having. Is it ILS time? I think it is. I don't like it. But I do think it's correct. What is the world coming to? And I need to make sure this is. I don't get why drones are defaulting not to 100. 120 should be enough. Yeah. 150. And this will request both local and global. Yeah, because we don't know what's gonna be like. Ooh, but I don't want to put 100 in here. Do I just want to say it requests? Yeah. I think we do this. But I do have to request it before it actually, before I take the blueprint of it. Don't hate me for this, but that build would fit in the top tropic, and more will fit on the planet, and leave that room open. I am gonna hate you for it. The thing is, I'll explain it one more time while it's awful. These things, yes, you can make them here. I'm gonna make it 1, 2, 3, 4, and you would make 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't see how that's gonna be much different. And you'd also have to make it like this, because otherwise they will be too close. And the thing is, when you start making them vertical, let's call it vertical, then you cannot trust your designs anymore, because they narrow quite a lot, and then suddenly they will encroach on the power pole, for example, or the belts will simply not work. So things become super vulnerable when you do that. When you have the lines going like that, and it gets even worse as you go up here, then it becomes like completely impossible, because, well, yeah. I do see that they can be built here, but then you'd have to build it like here, and then kind of like that. and like that. And I don't think anyone could argue that that's going to be a good idea. Above the line, they can't go above here. There's a line there. So it can only be here. And if you do that, then I don't know if you can build it here and then also have that one here. Whether that's too close. What's thing? Okay, cool. I mean, even if I don't think you could fit in more because it's pretty damn compact. This build up in that location. It's still emptying here. Okay, so let's do... Oh shit, this... excuse me. This also needs warpers then. That's kind of important. What are we going to do here? I'm not going to put 100 in to get a warper in, so we're going to have to rely on warpers being transported in. Like this. Now they come in 200. Now they're small enough that one of them might go up there horizontally. That's already the plan. 2 of them are going up there horizontally. This is exactly the design. Exactly the design. So this is going to be... What the hell are we calling the other one? Do you call him income smelter? No, we just call him smelter and then... No, we don't. We just call it what it is. So this is iron, and how much is it? It is 120. Do we just call it iron 120? It doesn't need long names. And then what should be the icons? Be what it builds, and then the fact that it's building with an ILS. No, the fact that it's building with that one, and then an ILS down here. There. That is very clear description, right? And then unfortunately it has to be moved manually. Boo! Okay, so this... Who's just going to complain about the names? Yeah, let's have a look at what the other ones are called. Copper per second. Yeah, okay, the per second, I guess that's intuitive by now, right? We're going to build it here, but it's going to be changed to copper. Everything else is the same. Wow. And you will help me remind me of all the things that are not the same. Nope. Yes. Nope. And yes. Copper 120. And that gets a copper icon, that gets a magic smelter icon, and that gets an ILS icon. Ta-da! Let's get all of the one-to-one builds done. Output filter. Output filter is another thing that has to be done. Good. So we'll have to take that blueprint again. We'll just copy it here. And then the annoying part is that it changes this as well. So we have to redo it again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Maybe. Cool. Onwards. Copper build. And that is... Nope, nope. Stone and that kind of stone. Nope. Yes. Nope. And output's fixed. I do this once so that it's easy for you to do it moving forward. And if you like these designs, of course. Right, that's the 4 things we need to fix. Huh. And it's already complaining. This is now stone. It's called stone brick. Maybe. Is there anything else one-to-one? You have magnets, and that's it. Nope, nope. Now I'm getting kind of curious why this is not, like, why is this one complaining? Because no one is providing this, because, oh my god, is no one's providing it. Oh, the horror. Ah, no. Ah. Of course. Of course. Silicon and graphite are not. Magnets, yes. Silicon and graphite are 2-to-1. That's gonna be so many warnings. But I think warnings need to be here. And now this will be magnet 80. There. Hello. I found my problem with my corrupted blueprints. Also, I missed the solar power with signal towers in the drive. Nope, it's there. It's just under planet scale blueprints. Where the hell's my planet scale? Oh, there we go. Planet scale blueprints. That's the one. That's the single builds. Let me just confirm with my mid game. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the single ones, and then doubles. It glass, graphite, which we're not doing right now, titanium, and silicon. And then that's the 2-to-1, and then there's the double builds that go step, and that's crystal silicon, diamonds, and steel. Whether we do those or not, I don't know. Oh, glass is also Pass, graphite, silicon, and titanium. Yes. Oh, that's gone now. I don't want this here. Well, first and foremost, this has to be changed to pillars. No, and yes, and no. Did I get that for the other ones? Yes. Okay, so that is fine. And then so this is fine again. Silicon. This is now only half as much, so it's only 60. Like, this is where I start to feel that this is not great. Now I'm spending an ILS plus 10 vessels for 60 per second. That's nothing. I forgot the warp was in Silicon Tower. Good, 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 good. No. And that one. And that one. And that one. But the other ones were, hopefully... Man, I forgot that as well. No, I did copy-paste. Beauty of copy-paste. That's why we copy-paste. Good. Yes, max charge power. All of this is now good. Oh, this one's actually... One of them flew out. Oh, that's because there's actually something produced and ready to go out. Good. Really doesn't feel like much, like 60 per second. And this one. Whoops. Can I then do... Could I do something like this, but none of these? precious materials here we're picking up. Come on, how much are we missing? 200 and something. I don't know why. When I start these kind of things, then I can't just stop midway and not do it, so. And the inner one and the outer one. Is that better? Is that more to your liking? I think it is nicer. And this one should be changed to iron ore, and this one should be changed to that. And to that. And now we can take it out, right? Nope. None. Yes. None and yes. And everything else is good. Good evening, Hackathon. So maybe silicon-like and steel-like builds should be double length after all. I like this part, that it's super consistent. Like, look how beautiful it's gonna be when it's done. It's gonna be absolutely gorgeous when it's gonna be done. It might be an if, but whatever. So this is... Oh, why did I design steel here? I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. I guess I did. The whole point was I took away the steel, not to rebuild the same thing, but to be... whatever. Steel. And that is now... Again, consistency over absolute efficiency. Look at the blinking. Pew, pew, pew. But then I should be taking this. No, I should be taking the silicon one. Yeah, and then changing that to titanium. I don't like those. Even though it doesn't matter, then it just feels weird that I save it as a blueprint with that in there. Guaranteed that there'll be some kind of warning that's messed up or some small thing somewhere. That should be all the things we need for the titanium. I am, oops, wondering how many of these we can actually build. Because I can't imagine a world where we can build all of them. And then I need to build monitor. I think I did the monitor, didn't I? Yes, I did. Now, obviously, it's not as compact as it could be, but I like this. Oop, something was broken now. Of course, we are not getting this one inbound. Oops. Interstellar vessels, no. And I'm not going to make this or use this, but it should be, oh crap. This is actually going to be made then. Wow. So be it. And then it's brick afterwards. And the inputs outputs. That's also good. No, except for the logistics vessels. What the? Oh, it's later. You're here. Let me address that question. That is graphite 60. That one and sweet. I have a question regarding Dyson spheres. I got one online, and after finally being able to pass it, my 3 Dyson swarms got deactivated and I can't react to them. What did I do wrong? Don't know. Like, that doesn't sound like something that happens. Definitely don't proliferate. Do not ever proliferate raw materials. Could maybe argue with this one, but I wouldn't try arguing with that. Then we take a break. Yep. There. I just realized something. I need to make sure that this one keeps building, so I should probably empty it. Right, so what do we have now? We have 1, 2, 3. We don't have glass. Glass is the next one, but I'll do that after the break. So be back in 2 minutes, and then we'll get that one done, and then start populating this location, and hopefully also get some stuff inbound. I hope. Be back in 2 minutes. again. Hmm. There's just something about these streams. We talked about it in the beginning. Like, how about this newness factor of? Oh, I can't do that. When the newness factor when streaming a new game, or when Dyson Sphere was new, and then I just looked in the bottom left corner, right hand corner. Yeah, certainly a little bit different from how it has been. But that is how it is. Glass. The problem when I'm in a situation like this, I don't mind that we have days with 5 subs where it's literally like $1 an hour rate, but the question is, what is it gonna take to turn it around? It's not Dyson Sphere, so what is it then? I tried it with the. That's actually the one that this pentagon weave is also the one we're using. I think it's. No, this is a hexagon weave. Strip. Thank you, Jerron. Will do. Good idea. Though I don't think that's gonna help, but. Okay, we are also shooting, so we're getting a little bit. Thank you. Worst case. Thank you for the 3 months. Funny how I couldn't really figure out your name and then reading it and go like, oh, that's how it is. Right, so now that we have like one of each,
Our modest fellowship expands.
or is it one of each?
Praise the sun.
One. Then the question becomes, what should we do else? How many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Kind of need one more. Thank you, Grumpy Bear, for the gift up. So we could make fractal silicon, and we could make diamonds.
Gesture.
But I don't think we'll do that when we're talking about late game. Then we'll have fractal silicon and diamonds and kimberlite to do that. Thank you, Silver Season, for the 200 bits. So I don't really think there's anything here that... Oh, right. Actually, the diamonds, the kimberlite diamonds. No, but we'll just make that when we have it on that particular planet. So I think that since... If we then look at it, there are 3 for iron and only 1 for copper. So I would guess that copper should be the one that's double up now. That actually would be interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna move the silicon over here. Great to have silicon and glass next to each other. That's useless. Ooh, Julian! Thank you for the 1100 bits. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4 events. So let's do the silicon one again. Sarai Shadowhopper, thank you for the 37 months.
Welcome home.
This one should just be built as is. Oh, this planet should absolutely have some
Kind gesture.
What are they called? I don't know. Planetary shields, of course. There. So we'll have double up on copper for unknown reasons. Thank you, Samagod, for the 200 bits. Gets us a little train. Now I think I should go to some other planets and start mining raw materials just in this neighborhood so that we have something coming into this location. Or maybe we do that, I don't know, after we build more. But the idea now is that this thing here is taking half the planet, so we could just duplicate it and then we'll have the other half of the planet. Magistars, thank you for the gift sub. 50 gift subs. Got a new badge. I also think we need to build some solar panel array thing. Let's request.
A gleaming endowment.
Ooh, Girishan, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you for the wishes of for the partner anniversary. What did I want to do here? These. In just a little batch of 100. There we go. Now, should I simply build this, copy paste, blah blah blah, build, or what? It would be kind of fun. Hey, Enram, thank you for the 500 bits. It would be kind of fun if we had like a build that looked like this. Please don't misplace it. It's kind of important. There we go. Go build. Go forth. Sally forth. Yeah, we need to place Babs and here. Then here. And what are we missing? Probably going to be missing this as well. Belts and splitters. Now we're not missing anything. And then here I would build that was a little bit of lag. Okay, so train. We got to level 1 train. Thank you. These ones are just... Takes a while to get these going. And less than 1 minute. 15 subs to next level. That is... Oh, that's missing some logistics. Wow. Go. I think we have to go through all of these. And that was the train. Thank you for the level 1. I don't know. This didn't feel like it was much faster, right? This feels like I was just being occupied while doing this, but didn't really feel like, ooh, wow, this was quick. But it's getting protected now. And then nothing is still building because we're not really getting anything inbound. So, from here, I would say we go to some other location in this environment, or that I don't think we've actually done anything. Have we? Oh, we might have. Yeah, we have. Well, for example, on 2 steps, I only have glass and titanium. But then I'd have to go to... Thornfist location is kind of not done anything there. Where is the Thornfist? What? I have a star that I don't even have listed. Oh, this is already all the way over here now. That's not a good idea for us to bring that all the way in. That's way too far away. St. Cabbage is down here. That could work. But that's also coal export, silicon, magnets, iron, crystal silicon. Then it's the Magmarel, by the way. That's the farm. And then Julian has not done anything there. So let's go here. And export things from here. That looks good. This is massive progress. That is some solid lines going in here. Let's actually see what are we doing here. Not quite done, but it made 16,000 structure points. That's not bad. Almost 300 million soil piles. I think that should be fine. 300 million. Up, go down here. Alright, I don't think I've mined anything here. Correct. Need to come and play. And what do we have? Nothing. That's pretty junk world we have here. Not really doing much. Well, we'll tap the iron, we'll tap the silicon, we'll tap the titanium, we'll tap the stone, and then That's something. How much was the silicon? Yeah, also that. Now most of our shooting is actually directed at the stars, at the Dyson spheres, and not anything else. Oh, titanium. Cover. Feels like it could be done. There. Oh, fire ice. What the hell? Did not realize we had fire ice here. Oh. That's a lot of fire ice, actually. Wow. Huh. Okay.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Klein Shubi, thank you for the 17 months. That is definitely not 21. Locations here. Where's the missing one? Nine fire ice. 9 fire ice. That's weird. Like, there's 9, but it's really hard to actually get all 9 of them. Hmm? 9 minutes. Good. This part, right, is... It is not as tedious as it was previously, but it's still getting kind of tedious to tap X planets. Oh, thanks. Thanks it is. So, anyone have any good suggestions on what to make in terms of upcoming YouTube content? What would be interesting still to do more of for Dyson Sphere? I don't honestly know so much more. Like, I think it would be interesting to have like some really late game smelting as we're doing today, and get that up and running. Some new designs, or is it more on sort of principles? We've been covering how to clean out fighters in various different ways, So there are only so many ways you can kill the same space spiders. And then we can sort of make some early game designs, stuff like that. But I really feel that you can keep doing a lot of designs, or you can just go like, this is actually working fine, so why change it? Like, I think the hub idea I have is working extremely well, and for that reason there's not really any reason to change that very much or try to improve on it for the sake of making a new video. So I don't know, a little bit of Dyson sphere, but that's something that's not new, so it would be kind of have to be like late game stuff, like Smelting World. That would be relevant. Equilibrium Mind, thank you for continuing the gift up. Maybe a guide when and how to transition from mid to late game. I don't know. Oh yeah, we need more science, correct. 32. Don't know what else we need to get at this point. I feel we're pretty well addressed here. Okay, so this is what we don't have. We're missing 1 fire ice location, 2 titanium, and 1 iron, I think. Maybe 1 stone. There. Yeah, like a transition from mid game to late game is a weird thing. Like there's also like, even though that might be a relevant topic. Oh, that one we can't take. Then the question becomes more along the lines of how do we tell that story? Like, what is the story we want to tell, and how would you sort of articulate? Oh yeah, they can't work in here because they are too close to that crap. Oh, never mind. Right, so we have some titanium ore that's not tapped, and the fire ice we can't tap, and then we should have an iron ore as well. Still on it. There. No. Oh, right, yes, that is that one. ILS rush? I don't know. I've how did that not change it for the iron? Stone veins. Oh yeah. The other polar hop. Thank you. That one's already taken. Oh, there. Oh, and there's the titanium. And that should be about it. Still more titanium. Okay, so we still need more titanium, and that's it. 1 titanium missing. Is it underneath here? Ah, it's there. Okay. You're not talking about challenge. I don't do challenges. I don't find those interesting. I find them extremely boring, actually. Boring to do. Maybe kind of fun to watch once in a while, but it's just not my style. Not my thing. And there we go. That's just rounding errors. I just ran across that tracking spray in your DSP save game. Your dedication to a craft continues to amaze me. Thank you. Well, and because I want to do the planets command, then everyone can know what it's about. So I'm kind of like, if I start taking these locations and start exporting, exporting all the stuff that we've mined at this location now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items. Then it'll immediately start going to the other planet. And as much as I'd like that, I'd also like it to be under my control when it happens. So maybe I'll just take a save right here. Because we do want to fire it up. Okay. Nope, no one with the planets command. Then I guess I have to do it myself. That's the one. Okay, so what are the items we're picking up? Iron, lots of titanium, no copper, little silicon, and some stone, and then the fire ice as well. Fire ice should actually be processed here on this planet, but we'll do it like this. Yeah, and that one. Local demand, local demand. That's the one. Is the big inventory used to be like that? Nope, it's a recent addition. I kind of feel I should do the same thing again as this. Oh, right. Iron, titanium, silicon, stone, sugar cubes. Demand, 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 and demand. Go. What about this one? Does that have all of... Yeah, it has all of them out. Alright. So tried modding this game. I did it back in the days before Blueprints, but I don't want to do it now because I feel that I'm missing something then. I feel like... No, I'm going to have to spend half my stream time on explaining why something is slightly different from what you expect. Yeah, so this is our fighting area. And it is over here as Cybercraft. So if we could get something as Samagod, Viking could maybe be somewhere we could go to. Let's do that. And we can also see in this location that the hives have rejuvenated a bit. That one is still dead. Huh. And this one is... That's our planet. Where's the last of the hives? Hive there, Alpha Hive. That is... There's something here. Yeah, so one of them hasn't recovered and the other ones have. So what else is new? I did a video on right when the new patch hit with all the enemies, or depends on what you define as new. Did a coverage of new features right when it hit, and then there've been like a small things since then. some plasma turrets, stuff like that, and a jammer. Not something I think is useful in any regard. That one. Yeah. Let's see what we got in this location. Which one did we just... Which one were we at? Mining exports. Oops. Collection planned. Okay, so we are collecting things here. Wow, this is perfect planet. Oh my god, this is brilliant. Someone has been putting in the effort to collect everything but not send it off. That is damn nice. Thank you, past me. Huh. Let's also tap the stone. Why not? Why not?
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Welcome home, Zergling. Thank you for the 2 metric years of support. It's a long lifetime for a Zergling. Ice Ocean looks amazing. Yes, you can build on it. That's even more amazing.
Tales of our
Equilibrium Mind. Thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you. Much appreciated. And let's see. Now we have maybe a little bit of stone left, like a little bit teeny tiny stone location somewhere that we are not tapping. No. Oh well. Let's figure out what we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we're also exporting fire ice. Weird. Right, so iron, copper, titanium, stone, and minuscule amounts of tire ice. That one and that one. This one boosts. And then go, go. Do the same here. Copper, titanium, stone, and an irrelevant amount of fire ice. And full on. That's it. And they do have. Good. So this one is another Perlon in the Viking area. That one is mining export. That's what it's doing now. So let's go to Mark de Jonge and see what's up at that point. The fact that we're still seeing this is a little annoying. There. Go. So this one hasn't been set up for mining yet. So that's our task. Task at hand. Let's see what we have here. Collection plant, nothing. Iron, copper, silicon, coal. And a little bit of crystal. It's so funny how crystal, organic crystal, just goes from the most precious material to completely irrelevant. Once you have one of these, then it's like, oh well, we don't need it anymore. copper was also a thing. Not a big thing, but a little thing. No mods. Do you mind explaining the jammers, or should I rather watch the video? I can explain the jammer. The video is not about the jammer. Well, I think I put it in as well. I don't like it. So, here's the jammer. And then it needs an ammunition belt, which makes it awful. There you go. So this uses ammunition, jamming ammunition, and it needs power. And then it has like this area, and anything that comes in gets slowed by 50%. But look how small this area is. Like, by the time you are there, you are also in range of everything else. Unless these are the first ones at the first line of defense. And if they are the first line of defense, well, where the hell are you? I can't find my jammers anymore. Well, good thing. Where are my jamming towers? There. They have no hit points. 450. Well, they have the same as a BAP, right? No, they have less than a BAP. And they have way less than a signal tower. So they need to be at the very front, and then they only slow down by 50%, but they slow down in the range where they're already in range of being shot at. So in order for them to be useful, they need to be the closest to the enemies. That means they die. They need to be able to take a beating. They cannot take a beating. Plus they need a belt that also flows through with power. So like, it's a nightmare to set it up. It is. Yeah, don't use it. It's junk. Like you look at it and go like, but no. But then no. But what? No. It's just a no. The plasma turrets, they are good. They deal damage. They're awesome stuff. They're just not as good as missile turrets. Why are they not as good as missile turrets? Because missile turrets can also protect against enemies in the air. So missile turrets does everything. So then you have a nuclear turret that kills stuff better than a missile turrets, but you then also need some separate defenses for the air. So maybe use missile turrets for the space combat. Well, then you don't need the plasma turrets. Oh, well, then you use the plasma turrets for the air. Well, they kind of suck because they can't shoot all the way around the planet. They can only shoot at 0 to 90 degrees. And therefore, the part that makes the plasma turrets not so great is because they don't do everything, while missile turrets do everything. And then you can argue that that's because missile turrets are too good. And I won't argue with that. They are probably too good. Like, when I realized how good they were, like, okay, so they can protect against air, and they are not that expensive, and they can... Okay, like, what can't they do? And I have not found the answer to that yet. So, the thing is, like, they are the plasma turrets are just overshadowed by missile turrets. That's at least my humble, uneducated opinion. And it's not because they are not useful. That's just, most cases, a better option. Of course, if you set up a farm, then maybe. But if you set up a farm, you really want to not have to set the farm to both have plasma turrets to kill the ground and plasma turrets to kill another kind of plasma turret to kill the air units. So you're back again at it's just crowded out by a better building. You can also throw jamming bombs in space. They do nothing in space, but you can still just do it for fun. Yes, I noticed that and got a lot of shit comments for it. I was like, okay, you can throw them in space. So what do they do in space? How do you have to be closer? Do you have to like, nope, they just don't do anything. But you can still throw them. I think there's some of the grenade things that's actually useful if you use. I've heard that these things should be good to throw at clumps of unit. But it's such a late game thing that, again, is it necessary? Because it's like how many things do you want to keep in your inventory for those cases? You don't really go out in a lot of combat in the end game, and then it's, oops, blinky blinky. Okay, so we got all the silicon, maybe copper and iron, I don't know. Definitely a lot of coal left. So maybe the missile turrets are just too good, but they're also super cool. Like they're iconic. So it's good that things that are really cool are also really good. That's a good synergy. Coolness and effectiveness. Things that are super cool and useless are just end up being more useless than cool. Right. So if I was coal, where would I be hiding? There, I guess. Psh, I don't know where that is. It was somewhat up here. Ah, there. And there's also some iron. And something there. I appreciate all the time you take to put into these factory games and your masterclasses. Just thank you. Much appreciated. Luckily I enjoy doing that and just tinkering with these builds and coming up with something good and useful. And making a little video out of it. That I like. Alright, how much we left? A little bit of copper maybe. No silicon and still a lot of coal. Yeah, there must be another copper patch for this small copper patch. I have a hard time building much more than missile turrets to be so effective. Yep, I'm only building missile turrets. Yeah, there. So difficult to see where that was. Is it on this line? Yep. On this line? Huh. There. Still 1 million. 1 million coal that isn't tapped yet. There was 16 coal in one of the narrow belts. But I don't know. Okay. Is that the one? So that's the northern one. I couldn't find anything there. Let's look at the southern part. I'm blind. 16 just tapped. Okay, then let's take this middle belt. Could also be that it is tapped, but it's just out of power. There. So that's on the middle belt. Okay, cool. That I can find. Yeah, that's cool. The copper, though, it feels like I am... feels like I'm missing something. Not a lot, but a little bit. That was correct. A little bit. And... boop. Silicon, we can't get that, and that's fine. Cool. So, let's export this. And you can also see, this is what I do. Solar panel, make gravity missiles. Oh, I think I need a little bit of gravity missiles myself. That dash of gravity missiles. Oh, why am I having that? No. You. And I have these junk grenades. Alright, you, my friend, will be exporting iron ore, copper ore, silicon ore, stone. That's not stone. Stone and coal. And then we have to remember the organic crystals as well. But whichever one is the least, that's the copper. We just skip that for the second tower. Yeah. That one. Skip the copper. Silicon. Stone. Coal. And organic crystal. There we go. Charge power. Good point. We should see some of this one go out as soon as it... Okay, there's 7, so 3 of them I've already... There we go. Something being sent out. Yeah. Good stuff. This is -2, but that's... Yeah, it's getting out. And there are fewer warnings now, but there are still warnings. So, we need to tap another location. Not sure we can make it, but we can try. And that's going to be in... Probably should have made a smelting plant here, or at least something we could use as... we can't have many. We can't have too many. Well, we can definitely have, but we shouldn't have too many. Oh, Kashmir. There you are. It's you I want to see. Alright, so as we're getting close to the end of the stream, no streams Friday and Saturday. It's all... I'm not tied up, but I'm gonna tie people up on the next 2 days, so that is a no-go for streaming. And then... Oh, that's good. Lots of iron. A little bit of silicon, a little bit of stone. Okay. So I'll be back on Sunday with Factorio, so that should be good. It's been a while with Factorio, but let's see if we can get those space belts going again. Space blocks. Really? Only 19? I'm actually, when I'm nearing the end of my stream these days, I'm actually also looking forward to ending the stream, because then I have a few episodes left of rewatching Deadwood. Love that show. I just randomly like, I wonder if Deadwood is available on HBO. I'm like, oh shit, it's available. Let me just watch one episode, and then a million episodes later, whoops, Maybe that's why I haven't been making YouTube episodes this week. Not really. But after the stream, I'm always watching an episode of something, and right now it's Deadwood. Such a good show. It is ridiculously good. It is so good that after you watch that, you can't watch any other Western things because they're so fake and polished, and like everything is so muddy in that one, and dirty and filthy and disgusting, and it's beautiful. The same thing with, if you really, the good classic HBO shows, The Wire ruining cop shows, Black Sails ruining ruining pirate movies and pirate shows. Oh, man, I want to watch Black Sails again, but that's not on HBO anymore, at least not around here. It's so weird when they lose their access to their own shows. I guess that's because they want to sell them, and then they sell them exclusively to some other network for a time. I also really like Newsroom. It's kind of in the same style, and it also just gives like an inside look at some industry you might not know anything about. Not industry, but profession. The Wire, drug dealing. I don't know so much about that, but I certainly know a lot about it after watching The Wire. It's also interesting, particularly with The Wire, how it takes place during the mobile revolution. So it goes from sort of goes from payphones to burner cell phones during the 4 episodes or 4 seasons. So it's also a kind of a social study, or it is definitely a social study. And then of course there are some absolutely ridiculously good characters in those shows. Omar in The Wire, for example, pretty damn cool character. And then, I mean, everyone in Deadwood is just brilliant. The reason why I actually watched was such a weird chain of thought. I looked on Reddit, and there was a comment about Lord of the Rings that was saying, like, no one mentions how good Brad Dourif was as Wormtongue. And then I went like, Brad Dourif. Where the fuck have I heard that name? It's like, it's the name. That's the last name you see in the opening credits of Deadwood before you can click skip intro. But then I was like, what does he play? What is he playing in Deadwood? And I couldn't figure it out. And then I had to look it up on IMDb, and then next thing I was looking at if there was available to watch. He plays Doc Cochran. Also, fantastic character. It's funny how those things, sort of weird chain of events. Yeah. I wonder how much we're missing. Not yet. 4 million iron and 2 million here. Still a lot of stuff we haven't found on this planet. It's actually interesting there's no gold in this game. Why? That just... Now watching Deadwood, gold is pretty important aspect of that. Doctor, oh man, he does such a good job. Not sure how far you got into. I've watched it 4 times before, so yeah. At least 3 times. Probably actually 4. But it's one of those shows that I just keep coming back to. Like, same with The Wire. and The Expanse. Even though there's not an HBO show, it's still goddamn amazing. Watching The Expanse with my kids now. They can't cope with more than one episode. They get confused and unfocused, but they like it. They find it nice. Or maybe they just do it because, all right, Dad really wants us to watch this show, so we can spend some time with him. I don't know. Maybe it's like that, but thank you, kids. That's the case. For all the times I've been playing with something that I didn't want just for your sake. Now it's your turn to watch the Expanse with me. Ah, we're out. Well, that's a perfect time to end when we're out of miners. There. Yeah. Cool. The push stone is incredible scene. Oh yeah. Which season are you on? I am on the episode 9 of season 3, so almost at the end. Good kids either way, yes. And oh right, with the Expanse we're only on episodes 5, 6 I think. Oops, don't do that. We'll just save here. Oof. I kind of feel I forgot to save once. No, I think it's good. All right, well, that was not an extra hour today for sure, but it was a nice stream, and we got some progress. We did some really cool designs, and they might even be working. Oh yeah, they are working. There are no warnings up here, so they are fully saturated. Nice. So that is that's gonna take care of basic materials for a while, for a very long time, and then we'll be seeing that everything consolidates to that location over time. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I will be seeing you on Sunday for some Factorio. I'll try to get one video about this build out in the meantime, but don't think anything else. So, good night, take care, and stay effective.